Hello. It is time. All right. So I think the issue that I'm having here is that mutable bone axis is doing more than I think it's doing, or more than I expected it would do. So I need to go back to that. I can probably just search for it, right? Mutable. IK modifier. That's an IK modifier? Hmm. I guess this is what I'm thinking, right? What is all this? Iterate IK. Okay, so it's IK modifier. X form. Wait, what? X form inverse. Oh, get bone pose or get bone rest. But then they say it doesn't get information from the current bone pose. So I think, yeah, this should just be off. But then I would have to do this. So I do this and turn that off. Okay. It might be guide. Somehow it might be guide. Okay, so the legs have inverted anyway. All right. The problem is this is like a complete inversion too. It is a total inversion. That one. Don't care about this one. 70 degrees on the x-axis. With this rotation offset. This is the front left. It's this one. Okay. I mean, you can see how like limited this is, right? Like it's kind of already at its limit, actually. It is so hard to see this. Apparently I'm not doing the right one. Front left femur. Oh, is it this bone? No. It's the second one. Also, this is changing all of them. Why is it not changing it though? Okay, now it's working. So it's bugged right now. I don't understand. Well, either way, this is like this axis is quite limited. It really is. It's basically already at its limit on the bottom. And I should think it does not allow an angle to deviate from this. It will correct the angle no matter what. I have to do this again. Delete this. Because these guys honestly don't know how to make a UI. They really don't. They don't know how to make something that people would want to use. Because they don't use it. Someone told them what it has to be, and that's just the way it is. And that person does not use it. Nor they want to. Okay. So... though I am thinking that I probably need to have this. So if the parent is the main body, I should I should probably move. The body needs to rotate by the bone, by the actual bone above it, I guess. Or rather, I take its current orientation it's kind of like going the other way around. I'm fitting the body to the bone. I'm fitting it to... I just don't know how to do that. I don't know. This is the problem. I just kind of... I'm at like a limit here. If its parent bone moves, the body needs to move with the parent bone. It has to. However, the problem is that I would have to move the joint. So I need a... I mean, I feel like it shouldn't matter. I feel like it shouldn't matter. Because the IK should not allow a solution to go outside of space. What's happening is the IK should, if it's not even starting with that, right? It should be given some input that's like in the wrong, like really bad rotations, and it will flip that rotation. There should be a real limit to that. I think it's also the fact that I probably need to just copy those limits over as angle limits myself. But I kind of don't want to do that. I think IK should just not be allowed to... If I say, hey, here's your limit on this angle, IK, whatever you feed it will not give a result outside of that. It will make it happen. And perhaps the trick is that maybe if I detect its limit is out, then I need to give it more rotation. It's possibly what it is. And probably the real thing is I may just need to go through and I need to set up the joints to copy the angle limits themselves. But a general issue is that there's a fourth joint in this chain. So how can I allow that to move? I think when I change these, if I move them, they don't really update like that. At least I don't think so. They might. Let me see, I guess. If this gets a notification that its school position has changed, does it update? Well, I guess it wouldn't be here. There's update joint. I think update joint is probably what kicks off. There's configure joint. Get global transform. Affine and okay, so if I cause a joint configuration to happen, a joint update to happen, it will fully update, which means I need to make sure everything is perfectly in place if I do that. Removing from the tree works. Changing one of the nodes works. I was about to say, I wonder if like no, that wouldn't even make sense. Say like just changing the transform of one of them would cause it to reconfigure. I can turn this off and on. Turning this off will... Toggling it will cause it to set. That would be nice if there was a method to cause it to happen. Also, I didn't say it, but I get a feeling that today is probably a compile day. Definitely. Just in case I don't, I guess I'll increase it. How is it at 0, though? I must have forgot. I must have actually forgotten a couple days. This is a line of code here. If node A and not body A and node B and not body B. I mean, basically what I'm looking for here is any joints with parents. Well, I mean, I can also use the linear limits because these are already running anyway. Though if I set these to have coordinates, it's going to triple the amount of compute. So it'd be preferable to keep these as points, so it's always one spring. However, I can also just add that fourth joint. Maybe that's just what I should do. Maybe I should just add the fourth joint. But I also don't want to, because adding a fourth joint there is... what it technically is would be adding a rigid body that is now a breakable thing. And this is definitely an internal joint that doesn't break. It is purely meant for the exterior stuff to be able to move forward and backwards. So it's two things. Either I update the linear limit and I have it running as 3 springs, or I update... I force the joint to reconfigure every frame. Yeah. I joined the robot side, I sold my flesh. Okay. I'm a bit more tired than I thought I was. I'm already sick of it. Sick of looking at this code. I can see you are Jesus, you don't sleep much. Okay. I slept well, I think. I just realized now looking at this, I'm like I'm mentally checking out looking at this. My eyes are glazing over. Joint make generic. I provide... Because if this is a memory allocation of a frame, then that's really bad. I cannot do that. Overwatch time? No. No. Joint make generic 6 DOF. It's a new. Okay. So that's out of the question. So my option then is, my two options now are make a new joint or figure out how to make these and these. Well, I guess not Y. It'll only be Z in this case. Figure out how to make these work. I guess I can at least start with the linear limit. Updating to match the I guess the position of the bone relative to its rest position. Oh, is that it? It's actually its current position that I read from IK relative to its rest position. Global includes an offset, right? Yeah. Oh my god, I already fucking hate it. It is set param x, but I type out set param x and it's like, I don't know what that is. Oh wait, no, I know what that is. I figured it out. I'm gonna... Jeez. Distance? I really wish they made this a better way to do it. Yeah. Why someone still hasn't come in here and said, guys, we made something really shit. We gotta fix it. Our code is bad, our API is bad, it's all bad. Why don't we just have a vector function? Why can't we just have a function accept the vector, and I say param linear limit, and I pass in the vector? Alright, you know what? I even pass in two vectors. I have a lower and an upper vector to set all three at once. And if I want one to not have or to not change, I set in say it's going to be infinity. So then I ignore that value. Like, I can instantly think of making it way easier to use for everyone. This is nuts. Okay. Oh, okay. All of its legs just fell off. All of its legs just fell off. All right. And how? But how? But actually how? Ah, okay. The error has to discount the offsets. Which means I have to write 6 more of these to get the data I need. All right, here's the first compile I'm going to do. I'm going to make it so I can provide this information and obtain the information with one function call, one method call. Like, I feel like you gotta look at this and you're like, is there a better way? Was there a better way? Yes. Absolutely. Like, I can't even say linear limit because for some reason we're just saving. Um, that one gets like hit really hard though. I can't do that one. Like, this is sinful. This is sinful. Like, if I was like a college teacher and you turn this into me, I would say, hey, come to my office so I can talk to you in private. I would print this out. I'd say, look at this. And I would rip it in front of you and say, go. Don't write that again. And that would be it. I would print this out on a piece of paper and tear it up in front of somebody. That is how terrible this is. They didn't have to do this. There was just no reason. First of all, no reason to do it. You didn't have to do it. And it's stacked on by the fact that this was already a bad decision. This was already a terrible decision. How about just joint linear limit and you provide an upper and a lower every time? And if you want either one of them, you get both of them for free. Why not? Like, I think on 99% of the time, you want both of them anyway. This is like Microsoft level, like, I don't want to make a single decision, so I'm just going to make no decision and write all of it out as one crazy enum. And it's so actually rooted into it that I'm struggling to figure out how to unroot that. How can I even fix that? Because I have to add to this enum. If I want a single function call, I need to add to the enum. I have to make the problem worse. How about I just have a function that's just called get linear limits? Set linear. You know what? That actually just sounds way better. How about I just do that? Set linear limit. There's only one linear limit, right? I guess there's a motor force limit, but you know, I'm saying linear limit, and there's only one of those. And then I don't know how to return two vectors in one go, actually. But there's got to be a way to do it. Because it's a packed, it would be a packed vector 3 array. Someone must return a packed vector 3 array somewhere. This one accepts a packed vector 3 array. This is all like scripting. It's all scripting. They just, well, it's virtual. Lightmap get probe capture points. Render server. Rendering server. Okay, that does work. Packed vector 3 array. Packed, bunch of packed. Okay, cool. So I just write it. I just literally write it. That's all I gotta do. Rendering server. So I'm looking for get lightmap get probe capture points. Nothing special. Awesome. I don't know where I'm at. What is this file? This one is the correct file. Is this one? Okay. Yeah, don't these say... Yeah, these say, like, const reference for some reason. They also put the ampersand in the wrong place, just saying. That's not where it should go. It should go next to the type, because it's a type. It's a type specifier. It's not... Doesn't go there. It's not part of your variable name, it's part of the type. Yeah, so these should... Yeah, they should say const. Because otherwise it will make a copy. Which, you can actually fix that. Did you know? You can write the class in a way that it does not make copies when you pass it. It will, you can make it pass by reference. Without having to write it out every time. Okay. So this does if configured, I do that. But I'm looking at set param. So I do flags x, whatever the flag is, and then equals, I don't know. What the fuck is get param z doing in this location? No way. No way. Oh, look, I'm exactly where I want to be. Tell me you didn't really do this. What? I'm on the wrong one. I want to be here. No. Dude. That is actually so upsetting and devastating. So this guy really just kind of scrolled down and just threw it in there. He really did. He really just chucked it in the middle of all the well-organized code. I say well-organized. The well-organized spaghetti, lasagna at this point, honestly. There's just so many layers to it. It's just like set param z. Oh, warn if deprecated, set drive limit, should replay param. Okay, get param z, set flag, set get flag, set flag, get flag. Like, just threw it in there, right in the middle, wherever he felt like it. It should have gone right here, right above where your additions were, so all of your additions are in the same place. Well, anyway. Okay. Set param x has all of that. Okay, but I'm only setting up not setting default params. Warn if deprecated, set drive limit explicit. What? Set drive limit explicit. But why would you do that? That doesn't seem to make sense. So it just does nothing. You're just calling a function that will do nothing 99% of the time. Wait a second. This guy. Why'd you do that? That should just be inlined. Inline the code, please. Well, the compiler will do it for me. What if it doesn't? You know what? Screw the compiler. Reading it. I want to know what this function does. I see set drive limit explicit, and now I'm confused because I don't understand why that's there. This is an arbitrary parameter, and you're just passing it to another function. Right below, another check. Like, if not, and then do if param is equal to this. It's like I have to keep looking at train wrecks and just not, it actually feels like a job. It's a real tech job. I have to look at this, all day, and I have to ignore it. So I set the parameter, and then if it is configured, I do that, and then I call update gizmos. That's all I gotta do. That's all I gotta do. Params X, param linear lower limit. Which accessing is faster? Array or dot? Probably dot. Because I think array defines it as a function. Dot will just access it as if it was a struct. But is it a struct? I actually don't know. What is a vector 3? It's a struct, or one of these. But it's a union, which means I should probably not use that. Yeah, because yeah, so I'll just do X, Y, Z. I feel like as soon as you write out params X, params Y, and params Z, you're already like, wait a second. This is wrong. Look at all this garbage that I'm writing out for one set. Why did we choose to organize it this way? Is this memory efficiency? You know what? I don't have a problem with that. As long as you, one, abstract it away for people who don't care, and two, leave it there so that people who do care can access it. But they've done neither, in fact. Linear, wait, what? Hang on. Linear upper limit. Linear limit. Like, that's how bad it is. I'm already checked out and not thinking about what I'm writing. And it's just so easy to get to typo, and then you actually don't know. You have to look at one letter. You can't get a single letter here wrong, and there are so many letters you gotta write. Like, I kind of wonder how people who, like, English is not their first language even handle programming. Because there's so many places for a typo. With, like, S's. Oh, especially this. I hate this. Don't use an S. It's an array. Everyone knows it's plural. Don't use the S. You're adding an extra letter, and it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. Please don't. So yeah, then I just do, can I delete all of that? If we're configured, then I have to go through and set I have to run it again. Like, it actually, you know what? At least in this case, you kind of can automate it because you're passing in it as a parameter. Here, they force it into the function name. So I can't say axis 0 flag so-and-so value so-and-so, and then I can do a loop and say, oh, for I in range of 3, 0, 1, 2. And I can access it on the function and I can access it on the vector. But because they do this, now that's not an option. And the main reason they can't do it is because they decided to have 6 arrays. 6 arrays. Fixed size arrays, by the way. 6 fixed size arrays. 1 is enough. You could collapse 6 arrays into 1. Less fragmentation, right? If you copy over the block into CPU memory, it's likely you're going to have everything all in one go. When there's 6 different arrays, I have to get the X and I have to copy a new block for the Y and I have to copy new blocks for the Z and I have to do all of it over again for the flags as well. I mean, it's possible. Joint access parameter. I mean, also, like, why are we calling a function there? Can't I just pass this? Why am I constructing an enum value? I'm sure there's just a fucked up reason for it. Also, I really wish copying and pasting in Vim did not copy what you just pasted over back into your copy. That's really annoying. I might actually be convinced at this point. Actually, I think this is going to complain to me with formatting if I even try to do that, so I'm not even going to try to do that. I'm making my own game engine for my next game. I'm not using Godot. I'm going to copy over Godot's resource system because I like it. I'm going to find a way to use JavaScript for scripting. And actually, I don't even know if I want to do that because I would like it to ultimately be like an easy conversion to something compiled, genuinely compiled, and we're not like lying about it and saying, oh yeah, we're compiling it, but we're actually compiling it to our bytecode and then we're executing bytecode. It's not compiled. You're interpreting it in slightly better efficiency. You're reinventing Java. I mean, honestly, probably could just use Python. Python is probably already set up in such a way that it can compile to pretty good C, something like that. Hopefully. All right. Generic, if it were configured, then I need to set all of these values. And in fact, get RID. Okay, well, actually, I know for a fact that a lot of this stuff does get compiled out, get singleton, and then get RID does get compiled out. Because they're marked const, that's the point of marking a function const. Actually, now I'm curious. A resource ID is const. Here we go, collision object. Cool. In fact, they actually wanted to be so sure that they wrote a whole macro called force inline, which is just to copy the text inline, right? Yeah, I love that. Always inline, underscore force inline. Oh yeah, I forgot about compiler stuff. Or if you want something to be inlined, you have to use a compiler's custom version of how you inline something, which is probably unnecessary because inline probably just works anyway. And I don't see a reason why a compiler would choose to not inline and prefer a function call. I guess they would just ignore you if... I literally don't know. I literally don't know. That one seems excessive. Okay, where am I? Huh? What happened? How did I thought I opened a new one. Because I just saw author there, so I did open a new one, but then I didn't even use it. Generic 6. Also the IK being like 4 nested classes. That's a sin. That one's terrible. Especially since the unique code between every IK is about 15 lines. Maybe less, maybe like 12 lines is the unique part between every IK. We're trying to go. I go to this one. Right. Server configure, do all that. Oh, and then I need the get linear limit. Isn't it? I remember somehow. But it's not, but I don't press it like that. Whatever. I do have to write const here. I don't think I actually have to, but it's probably good practice. Yeah, let me go to our rendering server and see how this one works. What is it? It's something that I don't remember what it is. And it's going to be invariant.h, which is going to be like at the top for some reason. Oh, here it is. That's what I was looking for. Vector. And then vector is, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how to use a vector. Their vector is diabolical. That's what I know. I remember that much. Their vector makes me cry. Vector, templates. Freaking cow data. An insult to cows. So it is just append. I mean, also, they say that, like, must take a copy, but that's not, I mean, no. You can move. You could always move. Oh, wait, then they call move. They copy and then move the copy. But you could just... But what if I know that you can just move the one I gave you? What if I know that for a fact? Okay. So I create one. Probably. And then I probably do resize 2, right? That would only make sense. Resize 2. And then I would just set reserve. Reserve exact 2. I want reserve. I know for a fact how many I'm putting in there. And then it would be result. All right, pushback. And then I think you can just write vector 3 as a function like this. Params x This is going to be a great line of code. I'll actually indent it. Because I mean, I literally won't have enough room for it to all fit on one line. But you know who would put it all on one line? Apparently every Godot developer. I think it's a requirement, actually. When you write Godot code, you are judged based on how few new lines you can use. The fewer the better. That fits the style. Honestly, the only thing that saves this code is the fact that they require a new line after an opening brace. Otherwise, you would bet everything would be on one line. Oh, a new line after an opening brace or a semicolon. And then I am assuming a comma there at the end is not allowed. Like, I mean, even this. Like, I feel like you gotta look at this and think, guys, I think we screwed up. I think we screwed up. You need to fix this. It's probably just the one downside of open source, especially for very large projects, is when someone does commit something, you kind of have to take it for what it is. But also at the same time, I feel like if they just asked, hey, this API is really bad, can you just make it not that? Oh, sure, okay, I'll do that. That is exactly what would happen. What am I looking for? Set flag? I'd be doing this. Set linear limit. Also, what? Oh, never mind. Okay. Just gonna say, why does hitting right go to the next line, but then left does not bring me back up? I don't know how I hit it, but somehow I went down. Set linear limit. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. It's just... Okay. All the highlighting went away. Well, that's alright. This is how they did it back in the day anyway. Alright. How does Git know when the area around an addition is too different? And it's a conflict. How does it know that? I guess it's impossible for you to like construct some version of the file that would result in an insertion that causes code to be wrong. Like if I were to define a function in this area, if it was a function called before, it would be fine because the line change wouldn't be the same. But if it was a function on the same line, and I change that line, it would either have to put it before that insertion. Yeah, I would have to put it before that insertion, but then it would say no because that line looks different now. Yeah. Actually, I don't know. I guess there's just some kind of, just like the logical way of how it functions makes that impossible. Like just a simple solution works kind of thing. All right. Thing is, like, I can't, like, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't care about doing engine modifications. I mean, especially if I'm just adding a function that makes it easier to interface with something that is just difficult to interface with. Maybe that's always fine. I should probably never be resistant to doing that. Cool. Wow. Look how nice that is. One function called to get the information I want. Okay, so basically what I'm looking for is my error has to be anything outside of this region. So I guess it's like if the error is greater than the offset, then I subtract the offset. If the error is lower than the offset, or sorry, if the error is greater than the upper offset, I subtract the upper offset. If the error is lower than the lower offset, I do something else. I add the offset. So if the lower offset is at like 3 and I'm at 2, the error would be -1. Okay, so that's just subtracting the lower offset. I guess I'll just look at code to verify it because I think that's what I do. And I know an exact location that this is done at. It should be here. It's not here. It's here. I don't need highlighting. Translation constrained. Axis. Limit min. If it's fixed. If it's lower than the min, subtract the min. If it's greater than the max, subtract the max. Yeah, okay, that's exactly the same thing. All right. Otherwise, it's 0? Yeah. Though I don't like accessing it like that, so to say upper. Okay. So now they shouldn't fall apart. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Did I do it the wrong way? Like when I set the value? Let me say this. If offset I'll do this. Breakpoint. And yeah, I'll just be waiting for this one. Wait, what? What? I don't understand that. Oh. Duh. I don't know my numbers. Okay. So joint 0 is now has a big thing. So I jump in here. And I just hit continue. Wait till we get to the next frame. So offsets should have, I expect to see. Sure, right. Now the offset is... So I would expect to see the error close to those values. If I see like +8 and +7, then I know that I've done something wrong there. Okay, so I see positive values. So it's not quite correct. So it's the relative position between here and its rest position. This one is the relative position from the joint, from the main body to the parent. So I don't know why those would be different signs. Why would they be different signs? It's always the body relative to the parent is the offset, right? Or I guess it's more like the distance, really, between the two. Let me see joint. So if I were to look at this, I would see... Well, first of all, I see that the Y is actually a big difference, but how is the Y? Well, I guess that's just like that. Sure. So why is it hanging? Do I have a mistake? XYZ, lower limit is lower. XYZ, upper limit is upper. If we're configured, XYZ, XYZ lower. XYZ, XYZ upper. Oh. No, I get it. It's on the axis of this is not really on the axis of the, what am I trying to say? Relative to the joint. So the joint is like oriented this way, right? But my offset is not in that coordinate space. So I need to transform my offset into joint coordinate space, right? So I need to say, I need it relative to the joint orientation. So is that taking the affine inverse? Is that what that would mean? I'm just gonna look instead of guessing because I want to understand why. Ooh, wait. Oh man, I love and hate Godot all the time. Joint. Look at that, too local, and I give it a global point. So, what does that do? It does take the affine inverse. Okay. What? We hit it instantly? Oh. Right. I think what I mean to do is I mean to then translate this by... Right, actually, okay, so what I really want is just the basis inverse. Is what I want to do. Because I don't need that extra little bit. Okay, so the leg still fell off. Which really sucks. So offset is now in some... That looks good. That looks right to me. Negative that and negative that. Sure. Right. So then... How does it go wrong up here? So this is the offset that we're setting it to. So when I do get offsets, I should see that coming back. And that's the value that comes back. But then... Right, okay, and then the error is actually not in local space either. So error has to now be converted to local space. Because error is actually completely in global space. But I need it local to... Wait, did I do global basis or basis? Okay, well that's... I didn't mean that. Wait. Yeah, it should be that. And then... I think I need to look at these a little bit better next time. Because I may be stacking things wrong. I mean, I guess I could also just do offsets and multiply it by that, but that would... Yeah, no, I would just leave it. I'll just convert this one back. Okay. All right. So I want to look at these ones better. Origin is there. Okay, so the Y doesn't change. The X and Z do change. So the offset should have... Yeah, the Y actually doesn't change. But it is in local space of the joint. So the joint is kind of like pointed like this. When I say X, I mean like this way on the X. But really I have like from here to here is the difference, and then I need to convert that into that. So, okay. That's fine. I do set the offsets up. Right, those are the offsets. So then I would hope after translating that error, I would get a low value. Also, it might be maybe a little bit wrong. These should come out to be global transforms, right? They're still falling off, so I still have a problem, apparently. So offsets come back looking like this. And then the error looks like this. So the Y is kind of about the same, but the Z and the X are about the opposite sign for some reason. But that's also before the correction. The correction does not flip. Well, the correction sort of helps. But I think it's also just not right. Because that's 2 zeros and a 3 on the z-axis, and this is 2 zeros and an 8. So it's actually really far off for some reason. Even though there's a lot of opportunity for it to correct on position. I mean, maybe it is correct. Let me think about it again. So this offset is relative to the skeleton. I'm taking a... Okay, so I'm actually taking a coordinate relative to the skeleton and not a coordinate relative to global space. So I can take these two origins and then I can transform the result by the skeleton basis. And now that should be a little bit better. So I think it's meant for more like the legs are still falling off. Was already at a breakpoint. I'm just not convinced that just taking an offset and then rotating it is correct. I'm not convinced. I think I have to take both points in global space, translate them to the joint's local space, and then take that offset. But it would really not just be the same thing as taking... Because if I say our offset is plus 0.3 on the x, and I make those the linear limits, also, should that be a less than or greater than instead of less than or equal to, less greater than or equal to? Because then you're turning on the constraint when it would actually do nothing. It should just be this, right? Like... What? Oh. I know this is probably too much. I probably can just do basis, but I don't know. Alright, so again, it's only an X and a Z translation, but that can change. Alright, so let me do a test. I know which one this is for. It's the front left, right? So I will create a marker. I guess not really create, I'll just use this one. And I will copy in the offset. Okay, what? No. I need to copy this in. Okay. What does kind of work? Okay. So there's that, and then position. I guess it's actually the front right. Somehow is 0. Sure. Okay, so this is what it looks like right now. Right, it's swept forward slightly. Here's the rest transform. Two, 3, 8, 2, 7, 3. Destiny 2 is shutting down. Oh. Why? They're announcing it like 2 weeks before that the next update's the last one. I mean, alright. That's not shutting down, though. That's just they're not gonna release more content updates. Okay, so these two... So this is where it's at. Also, this is already very obviously outside of the rotation boundaries for this, which sucks. That's shutting down for some people. No. I don't think we should change the definition of shutting down. That's just no more content. They say it's going to remain playable for... I mean, still, you know, who knows what that means. Remaining playable. Whoops. Alright, well, ignoring that this is already clearly outside of its axis constraints. They need to just redo Marathon. They really should. They should say, all right, well, maybe our game concept is bad, but we have all the weapons, we have enemies, or whatever we have. Just make it. Let's just make it like Halo. Just make Halo. It's too dark. Okay. Did you see season 2? It's PvE now. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I saw that. All right, but here's the supposed offset. So my calculated offset should have been this position, which I think was probably not correct. I mean, I guess it's actually correct because it's just origin points discarding rotations. So what I should really do is actually just discard rotations. And then I put it underneath this one. Okay. So that's the correct offset, right? Is this value. Copy that value. Or actually, then what I do is I take this whole thing and put it inside of here. And then I take this and I pull it up here. All right, so this should have been the offset that I got. And it's not the offset that I got. Okay, so good news. Yeah, I know that I'm definitely incorrect. So how does that work? I had this vector of the origins, and then I need to transform it by the joints affine inverse, and that's like all I should really have to do. How does that fail? What is the joints global transform? What? Well, that's just not true, and I know that. I'm clickbaiting, they're adding a new PvE mode. Final boss of season 1 is a box shooting rockets to shoot the red point. I wonder if what they're forgetting is that you can't just have... It can't simply look cool and also be gameplay. There needs to be emotional investment. I think that's what probably Extraction purely lacks in the first place. You cannot become emotionally invested in it. Because to have an emotional investment means permanent progress. I think it necessarily requires that. Or things, something being permanent. Yeah, I just don't believe this. This can't be correct. So this is what I should have gotten for position, but that's not what I got. So what the process I did there was I got essentially this point in global space. And then I put it inside of the joints global transform. Or more like taking the inverse and doing this is like what should have happened. Right. I'm just going to say this. So I can see both at the same time. Just so I know that if one of them could be wrong. And then I'm also going to save the global bases so I can be sure. Wait, I think I'm actually not doing... I think I'm actually just taking the offset and rotating it into space. I'm not doing the other way around. Has it actually been this the whole time? I'm taking that offset and I'm translating it. Okay. Alright, so I've got... This should be the rest. Transform. 0.23. 0.82. 0.73. Right? And then this one is 224. Wait, what? 3 2s. 82737. Okay, so this is where these are. Then I take this one, subtract that one. So am I correct so far? I am correct so far. So then I would take this and make it relative to this. But it would be more like taking this then as a global position So maybe what I have to do is I have to take this offset and add. I got it. Man, it's already wrong. Oh, wait, no. Um, if I want this to be a global position, I mean, I guess I can do the joint. Like, it would be this, right? I mean, I know that's still wrong. Yeah, it is taking this offset as an offset from a joint school position. And then that becomes the relative offset. But it keeps going wrong. Why does it keep going wrong? Why is it the wrong value? Like, which step in the process am I doing wrong? I just know it goes wrong on that multiplication. That's when it's wrong. It's wrong here. Right? So this offset. Oh, this is also... No. I see it. Okay, I see where... I see what's wrong. It's this offset... I mean, okay, really what it is that it's taking this position, not really from the rest, but it's more just accepting where I have it. Accept where I have it. And then it should be... Offset should be joint this. This, right? It should be this. And then that's just the whole offset. The legs still fall off the same way. And that's just the same looking value too every time. Why am I doing the bone X form origin? Am I stupid? Yes. No. The offset is the transform position. It is the transform position. Alright, let me just see if it's like... Thing is, it's not the first frame, so it's like sort of correct, and then it's not. So these origins are there. And then I take this global transform. Let me just start with this. Two, two, one. 82738. Right, so this is where it is. That's where the joint is. The joint is right there. So I should have gotten like negative 012. Y is 01 and then Z should be 0. Is what I should have gotten. If it's relative to the joint. Which this is where the joint should be. I haven't checked the... I mean the basis is going to be wrong. So I should be using rel parent transform. Get this relative to that is what I've been looking for. Okay, so they still slumped, but they didn't detach, it seems. Which is fine if they detach. Alright, that looks good. That looks like what it was meant to be. Just... So if I were to use 222 82738 or 737. Going out to 001. -1. Okay, it's not exactly perfect, but it's probably just because I have not the exact correct position. But at least that's close. Okay. Okay, the leg's actually still detached anyway. Oh, what the hell? Okay, so it's detaching one. My offsets are offsets are 0. That's not correct. How could offsets be 0? How could offsets be 0? How could offsets be 0? Well, then what's the error? It's like moved. Which leg is this? Counter position 16. Back left tibia. So really they just last a little bit longer, but then they still break. And also offsets with 0 somehow. I don't know how that can happen. Oh wait, is this not necessary now? Oh yeah, it is actually kind of wrong still. This should then be X form relative parent. Okay, so we want to instantly remove it. Okay. What? Oh, I think it would just be this is the error. It still wants to instantly remove it. So the error is now in meters. Oh. Wait, what? Okay, just go up here then and let me see. Oh. It would be joint parent. Good. Why are the offsets 0? I don't get it. How are the offsets 0? The offset should always be something. The error is the body offset. Let me just see. My celebration died quickly. They announced Destiny 3. Making a sequel to a live service is just proof that live service is just a gimmick. Kidding? Well, it would be true. But also, isn't that technically what Destiny 2 was anyway? It was a sequel to a live service in the first place? What am I looking for? I'm looking for this method. Set the target orientation and body space. R1 R2 are the world space rotations. Constraint to body 1. Constraint to body 2. But I believe these are cached. But I believe those are cached. What is this? Am I right? These are cached. Transforms from constraint space to body space. M constraint to body. Oh, they're defined here. C to 1B. Yeah, these don't update, right? They don't update. Yeah. Just want to be sure. If they don't announce any layoffs, Destiny 3 is on production. Oh man, I'm not responsible. I need to get food. I'll be back. I think I need to like do something else here because or at least consider that I may need to do something else like fundamentally because it's getting ridiculous that I'm spending I guess 3 hours now just trying to make it so they don't fall apart. I'll be back. I'm back. I've got food. So this is the offset. This is the difference using the parent as the truth. This is the difference using the parent as the truth. And they're not the same. So how about this? I'll wait till this one fails. No. No. Are you... What? The meeting. I don't understand. Oh, it finally fell off. Okay. What's honestly annoying me a little bit is that this is so not deterministic right now. Hitting play and doing nothing different changes the result. Why? There is no randomness. Ask Norma, I wish I could. I wish it would not only tell me what was causing it, but then how I can fix that. Because I have a feeling it may be related to me hitting that ball, even though that ball never contacts the main body or any of the parts. Because it's even like the box falls different sometimes. I don't know why that's happening. The box is not landing in the same place every time. No, I don't want to. I kind of don't want to do anything right now. This is just upsetting. There's some chicanery going on. I've got pizza. Yeah, and I am eating it with a fork. So I don't get greasy fingers. Language, I don't say anything. I said chicanery. Whoa. I'm not gonna be able to. Oh. Chicaner. Is this a channel made just to upload one video? What does he say? Pause. What does he say, chicanery?
And he gets to be a lawyer? What a sick joke. I should have stopped him when I had the chance. And you have to stop.
I don't know when he says it. He says it like at the beginning or something. I don't know when. I'm not going to keep scanning to look for it, but basically he says chicanery. And I think it's the name of the episode too. I still feel bad for that lawyer they gaslighted and died at the hands of Lalo. Well, wasn't the whole thing that he was listening to Chuck? Chuck was like, "Don't hire my brother, please." And he was like, "All right, I won't." The Game Awards guy? I know who you're talking about, but I don't know what you mean by the Game Awards guy. Him? This guy on the right? Is that who it was? Is this AI? Is the image on the left? It's gotta be right. I prefer the one who, I don't know which, I think it was like an actor or something. But he has like really red crying eyes. When they copy, we just need to do that. Just do that. Just take that, those crying eyes and copy paste them onto the character. Like this. Although that might be AI as well. It looks a little too good. Now, I don't know why, but I thought this was Hikaru for a second, the chess player. Did they just have like a similar a similar face? Maybe they do. Check the channel voice has a good thumbnail editor. Thumbnails are important. But also, I think if you just know what's good, you don't have to be very skilled. It's more about knowledge. I'll show you what I mean by knowledge. This is a good thumbnail. This one's a good thumbnail. Like these are just these are low skill thumbnails, but they are good, right? That's barely more than like a Google search for a thunderstorm, taking a picture, cutting out the background from yourself, and putting that on top of text. It's barely more than that. I'm just just saying they're good thumbnails. He's got some of the best. Um, this guy, I will say, his thumbnails are like stale at this point for people who watch him. But some of them are good. I'm trying to find one actually that I think is like particularly good. One that has the feeling of low effort. Or not low effort, but low skill. Never mind, maybe I can't find one. How old is he? I don't know. Probably 30s. I'm honestly kind of struggling to find one. This one's pretty good. I haven't seen this video. I've not seen this thumbnail yet. Jarvis and chess now. The optimization messiah. No, he's more than 23. He's older than me, 100%. Because I know he's born before me. I think it's like the concept of these are like good, but then they also just have a lot of effort put into them. More than is probably necessary. Also, this is just a copy. This is basically the same thing. See the moist ones. This channel, because he has a few channels, right? Okay, sometimes they just don't do a thumbnail, which is funny. This is literally just not a thumbnail sometimes. Why? Why is that? This one's good. This one's good. I don't know. There is a there's a style for sure. What is this? You're a streamer being blackmailed. His face is like just on everybody. That's really weird. But he almost looks like the normal character there too. I guess, but I'm more thinking about like, I don't know who it is when I click it. These genuinely look like a thumbnail I would make. They're not good. I mean, it's too much of the same thing. This one's fine, maybe. But I don't know, it's like... Like... Okay, I mean, recently, it's definitely been a joke that they just use this like really old image of him screaming and that's all that they use. But or this one. I would say if you're going to do the face thing, this is probably better. Get something like that. But also don't overuse it. Like, he's usually not there. I don't know. I am so troubled by this because I still don't understand how to even go about debugging this. There's still something here that I just don't get. Iron Lung? Yeah, it's out. The issue is right now there's no digital release. Well, actually, it might be. I'm just gonna see because he says. Oh. So it was out in theaters a while ago. I think he even said it's probably been like 4 months. But theaters were kind of only in the US. So for most of the rest of the world, you have to wait for the digital release to see it. Yeah, it was profitable. It was like the #1 movie in sales for a weekend. So that's like really good. It was basically beating Disney for a while. Yeah, I saw it. I don't know what the Disney movie was. Beavers? What do you mean beavers? Stop doing it. Why do you do that? Beavers was the Disney movie? What? Really? It's probably this one. No. Yeah, I don't know. He was talking about it, and I thought it was like, oh yeah, I know that movie, but definitely not Beavers. I don't know about any Beavers. So when I start applying an offset, then it fails. It fails when I apply an offset. It fails when I set bow and pose rotation. Which is actually a little bit odd because this is turned off. It's not active. When I make this one active, it falls apart. Really quickly, too. $315.25. My gosh. $25. It's bent the leg upside down again. Wait. The IK is bugged. Or is it? How is that? I don't understand something about this. Something about this is not making sense. Wait, was that? Wasn't this supposed to be at 32? Position changes in the bone pose made before processing are ignored. What does that mean? Do I turn this on? Because I think it updates what the joints are doing every time, is what's happening. No, so it's just not allowed to do that kind of rotation. It's just not allowed to do that. So how is it happening? That bone cannot move that far down like this. Right, that's like almost straight down, and this is limited to like 20 degrees or something. It says 60, but it's actually like 30, right? So it can actually only go 30 degrees down. What if I typed in 30? What if I type in 0? Oh wait, that's Z. Wrong one. This one. Because yeah, I believe this one is only used for those joints. What if it was 20? What in the fuck? What? Huh? It's pulling up so fast. Oh, what? Oh, this is crazy looking. Why are you doing that? Okay. I think I know, I think I might understand a little bit why. And it's because the bow and axis is changing. So even though I've turned off mutable bow and axis, or actually, well, I just turned it on, is what I just did. But then I turn it off. And the result is the same. This is absolutely over-rotating more than it's supposed to. Absolutely. It should not even be... the IK should not even be returning a result that looks like that. So I think that's the real problem. It can accept the current rotation, but its limiting is non-functional for some reason. And I think I've demonstrated that. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm back. So I think that I think that IK is ignoring something. Close all those. Specifically, I think it is just like ignoring restrictions, or rather, it's taking those angles from its current rotation. I mean, that's exactly what it's doing. It's taking the angles input as its current angle when it's not supposed to do that. It's supposed to take it as the it says they cache the axes, right? The solver retrieves the bone axis from the bone rest and caches it. But position changes in the bone pose made before processing are ignored, which is all a lie because it's obviously doing that. This is turned off and it is obviously processing from the bone pose as I said it. Because if it wasn't, then it would, it should, like it says, it would ignore changes made to the bone pose before processing. So that's a lie. It's doing it anyway. Is it on iterate IK? It's on IK modifier. Well, IK modifier doesn't even use it. So okay, I'm kind of annoyed by the highlighter having broken, so please. Iterate chain It's probably not chain. To limit rotation. Joints limitation. Okay. Why did they do this? Why they use I and then change it to capital head to make it look like it's a constant param? Never use caps for a variable. Never, ever, ever. It's so stupid. Because I'm like, what is head? Oh, head is just I. Just use I. Or don't capitalize it. Just say head. I'm like, okay, well, what's that? Then I would know that's a variable. And I know like where it should have been defined. Better yet, call I lowercase head, and then you can delete this line. These guys are crazy. Insane people. So, mutable bone axis doesn't mean anything because it will grab the current joint rotation no matter what. So that's a lie. For iterate AK, it's a lie. Angular delta limit. Previous. Current L pose. Yeah, that doesn't matter. So far, this doesn't matter. Chain. Seems fine. Process joints. Solve iteration. Update chain coordinate. Wait, where's limitation used? I haven't seen it. Oh, limitation. If there's a limitation, get limited rotation. What does this mean? What does it mean to transform a quaternion by a vector 3? No, I'm taking a vector and I'm okay, and I'm rotating it. Joint limitation 3D. Joint delimitation cone 3D. It's the only one that exists, by the way. Why? It's the only implementation of joint limitation is cone 3D. Wait, what? Solve? That's not what it says here. Make space. I'm going to assume the mistake is not in there. Forward. Because actually you do have to know what this is. Local forward. Current local. So current is the one that we're correcting. Because current, as you can see, is passed into solve. So the last one is the one that it's fixing. It's fixing local vector. P forward. Forward should be the bones rest pose. Get limited rotation, current global rest. And then forward. Current global rest. Get limited rotation. First, last, like consistent. The last one. What? Forward vector. But isn't the one that's being updated? Isn't that the one that's being updated? Get limited rotation. Okay. Another day. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.